is just after I'm done. So I try to follow this on a daily basis, and you use it for like a week or two. You think you got it memorized, and you probably do. But just from like maybe you guys are on the boat, on the flying or whatever. You just do the checklist that you need to do every day whenever you come up. Hey, I gotta start this machine or whatever. Okay, I got this first, prime the pump, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
So this is what I do. So the first thing I do is I come here. I'm gonna just talk out loud, unless you have any questions. I'll just start rambling on.
Okay. And usually I record my sessions. Are you all right with that? If I record
Yeah.
my session?
Yeah. Record it because this will help you later.
Okay.
Maybe I think. So I may have to stop and open the door for the squirrel. I think she's already knocking out there. Don't record that. So I go to the clocks. I do a sync. Because if you are with Rhythmic, you want the clocks to be synced. So I'll take my clocks here and sync them.
Okay.
And that's pretty good for me.
Settings.
That keeps my server synced to Rhythmic. Just something I do. Alright, so that's done.
Sync.
My timers, just to give me a reminder. Where am I? It's 8:30, so the news already came out, so we missed whatever news was going to be. Gold open at 8:20. Gold is up. Holy mother of God, 82 handles. I'm looking at it on my quote board here. So something bad just happened. I can guarantee you that. As far as news is concerned, the market wasn't down, and for gold to shoot up 82 handles above 33. Okay, so we suddenly went risk off. Oil is, I know this sounds like oil is still up, so some risk assets are up, some are not. Kind of mixed open here. Oil opens at 9, gold opens at 10. And this, let me look at the news. So now I'm gonna open up Ninja now, and then get into while Ninja opens, get into the news. Today is Wednesday. I don't see anything. Retail sales. Oh, okay. Anything on this news front? What do we get? 3-star news, 8:30. Core retail sales higher than expected. Retail sales month over month ticked up. Okay. Why is that bad? Well, it's bad because if the economy is heating up, the Fed will have to raise rates. The market doesn't want higher rates, they want lower rates. So let's see why all this fake stuff is happening. The SPX closed at 53.96. That matches 53.96. Max Pain is right where we closed yesterday at 5,400. So we're going to look at the structure of the market. Everybody talks about market structure, volume profile, old volume points of control, but that's the old market structure. The new market structure is where are we positioned as of right now for this number, for 5,400.
Mm-hmm.
That's the market structure that's going to affect us today. A VIX is still high, so people still think risk on. And the SPYs closed at 37.61. So let's see what the 8 o'clock close on the SPYs was. Let's see. Term structure on the SPX, 5,400. So for everybody to lose, oh man, this could really go down to 5,300 quick. There's not much between 54.25, 5,400, and 53.50. So if we start melting down, the first stop is 53.50. Then the puts, the shorts start making money all the way to 5,300. And this looks like it's got to close today below 5,400, definitely before below 25, so nobody makes money. All right, so that's a structure, that's the underlying structure of the market. Here's where billions of dollars have been placed. So let's see if bar chart agrees with that. The SPY is it below us. Max Pain is 37. Stock price is 33, so this is above us. So this is conflicting. So let's see where this thing closed yesterday. Get this chart up here. Hey, Bob. Good morning. The SPY closed. I'm here with Nick. Let's see. Last night, it's still loading. Let it load. So the 4 o'clock close for the SPYs was at 57, and then on the overnight after 5, we took a holy moly, a major slam dunk down, and now we're heading lower. Okay, so it just opened, so it's catching up. So the futures are catching up, and this was the 8 o'clock candle. Is there a news announcement at 8 o'clock? What did Trump tweet? Not that I care, but let's see. So yesterday's action, we did close near 5,400. We're at 53.80 with a 40-point premium, right? So we're actually at 54, like 54.10 SPX. So really no major movement here. Look kind of fake. So 5,400 had 61,000 shorts in it. Volume, open interest is really low. So there's no structure in the market going down. And open interest coming up is really low, but there's a lot of volume at the 5,400. So 43,000 and 60,000. So this is millions of dollars are betting on 5,400 going either down or up. So it seems to me, looking at this structure where all the big boys have placed their bets as of yesterday, this will change after the open. The market, I agree, the market needs to close near 5,400 for all these guys to lose money. Or if we start rambling up, then all these calls with heavy volume will start going into the money. And all these calls will lose money. If we start going down, all the heavy puts will start making money, all the shorts and all the calls lose money. So maybe a choppy day today. Let's see what the tide brings. So this.
How do you see that chart? I've never seen that one.
Which one?
The one you just had up?
This guy?
Yep.
Alright, so I try to get this as a field for where they were placing their bets yesterday. Like, where was the big money? I'm gonna send that, the link of the one I used to bar chart. So what I want to do, this is obviously old. This is yesterday. The SPX is in open today, and all the numbers jive. 53.96 is the close, and that's what 53.96. So I know I'm looking at the right numbers. So then what I want to see is I want to see, okay, where did they place their bets? And I hit the volume graph here, so I could see where the most volume happened. So yesterday the players, somebody was making big bets, 40,000 volume around the 53.50, hoping this thing would crash. It didn't. And then a lot of people were making bets around the 5,400, 60,000, 40,000. And just by looking at this structure, I can see 40,000, 30,000, 30, 45. There's a lot of bullishness back into the market. So the most evil thing to do would be to drop it, get all these people off these positions. Oh man, I lost all this money, let me just cash out. And then bring it back and get all the put players that are like, yeah, it's going to China. Let's go down. They lose money. So a mean reversion type of day today around that 5,400 number, which is where we closed the SPX yesterday. And the last time you and I checked, we had like a 35, 40 point premium. So if the ES is at 78 or 80, add 40, 30 points to that, that makes the SPX 5410. So we're in no major crisis right now, except the NASDAQ is down 300.
Mm-hmm.
So if I want to short anything today, what's it going to be? NQ is already down 1.6%. So shorts are going to be NQ. I don't see myself taking any longs right now, but if I do, it's going to be ES. So I'm just getting my initial, like, okay, who's the weak sister today? The NQ. What's going on with the term structure of the ES? Where did the big boys place their bets yesterday? I definitely see a lot more 30s above 5,400. So these are millions, if not billions of dollars in money, because every one of these contracts is 100 ESs.
Yeah.
So if you buy one of these contracts for, say, I don't know, 5 cents, that's times 100.
Yeah.
And so these prices are obviously, it closed a little bit below, so they're all near zero.
Okay.
And this is for the futures that expired yesterday. So today is the 16th, and I'm going to change the date. So for today, there's very little action, but we saw the action for yesterday was tilted on the high side. So as of right now, since the options are now trading 24 hours a day, you can see that there is a little bit of activity at the 50 level. And there is a little bit of activity at the 54.80. And 5,400 is kind of like, So, this is like, we can go down, we can go up. These market makers are already hedged. So wherever this thing starts pushing, it's going to push the market makers to hedge. So if the puts start buying puts, the market makers are going to short ESs. If they start buying calls, they're going to buy ESs. So if they get called out of the position, they're not in a big, huge losing position. So this is, to me, this is what gives the market structure right now, because these
Hey,
bets
Mike.
are highly leveraged. Yeah.
I gotta stop you because I gotta go take a shit.
All right, man. Go. I will be here. Wait. Stop the recording. No worries. I know we're just getting
All right.
started.
All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah. I'm on a little live stream with Nick now.
Woo! I'm back.
Cool deal. So let me start this so you can see what I'm doing. So we got all of our news out of the way. We got all of our news out of the way, and just to get a quick mental picture of what we talked yesterday. Here's a Probar M5 alert. We just kind of looking at that, going, okay. So we close up here, somewhere up here. Here's a 5 o'clock close. Here's the normal person close. At 4 o'clock, the cash. And then we had a computer gap. So between 5 o'clock and 6 o'clock Asia open, we had a gap. I pay attention to this because this means that there was so much sell orders in the computer in that hour that the market shifted value. They no longer want to be close to that value. So this is like a Sunday opening gap, but it's happening intraday. So I'm going to label this new day open gap. It's an end dog. End dog.
Dirty end dog.
So, end dog right there, end dog. So we break away. Midnight open. We're kind of flat in Asia. Then Zurich takes it down. And what happens at 4 in the morning? We bring it right back up. Total manipulation all the way to the close. You could not make this shit up any easier. You see how this game is played, right? So they close the gap. So all the market makers are now like rebalanced. It's like, no, I'm not gonna get buried with all this negative inventory. We closed up here, we're going back up here. So this close has been rebalanced. We may not have to come up here again.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking like, hey, they got their game on here. They got rebalanced. This gap is now closed, but let's see what happens. Is it gonna hold? Well, the seller came back in and started selling it down, and now we're at the mid-open, which is the zero line. So look at what's happened. We go down, we come back up. You see the manipulation, right?
Yes, for sure.
I mean, it wasn't worth a shit last night, and we're down here, and then suddenly a couple hours later, I can't wait to buy it because it's worth $1 million, and we're back up here again. Come on. So to me, this is kind of neutral. Like, dude, this could go either way. But I want to look at this seller because last night, when the CME opened the computers, they had to take all the buy orders, all the sell orders, and price match them in the price matching machine, and they came down here. So the sentiment is definitely bearish. That's why. Why did that happen? Because we already saw that the SPYs continue trading till 8 o'clock at night. See, 2000. So the SPYs took a crap right around 5 o'clock, I guess is when this happened, right around here. They took a crap and then they kept going lower, and then something happened at 8 this morning. I didn't see any news, but we had this, maybe it's just my data feed, a spike. But now we're down here again. So it matches what the ES is doing. And the spike up happened 4:40 in the morning, so that was, they're not open. Right, okay. So they close at 8 o'clock and they open again like at 8 in the morning. So all that action at night happened without anybody being able to protect their positions because the SPYs were closed. So the only thing open was the futures. So now we have kind of like a structured game of where the money is, what are they thinking, where the levels are. Now I'm starting looking at the pro bars. So the commercials picked it up down here. So we have already aggregate volume down here. You can see a pro bar here, 3 pro bars here, a huge break of structure going up, which this to me is a what did it do? It shit the bed all the way back to the close. So that's how I know it's a manipulation. It wasn't a, this scares me. This is the crawl of death.
Yep.
Like I call it, stand in front of it, right? You can see it, right? It's like dun 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 dun. We're Darth Vadering ourselves lower, but we're right at the midnight open again. So kind of neutral for the open today. That's what I see on the 5 minute, and I just wanted to show you that and give you like, okay, that's kind of what I'm thinking right now. Let's look a little bit higher term on a daily chart. We're definitely on an uptrend inside of this downtrend. Now we had this bullish bar, then we had a gap up, and now we're trading inside of this bar, but below it. That is bearish. In fact, we're now trading down here at 78, 77, 78. We're down here. So I am concerned about this big bar and this bar. If we break the 50% of this bar, we may go down and touch the bottom part of that bar today. So how much game is that going to give me? So looking at this, and this is something that if I were you, I'd kind of adopt. This is my bread and butter, man.
Okay.
Last virgin, last low pre-breakout. It's not a virgin anymore because it got touched right there. I can't tell you how powerful this is. This is going to be your entire bias, dude. This is going to start really building your bias. So this is a very important price. Sometimes I would go here because this was the last up bar, but I felt today that if I brought it here, and this is a little bit art and science, why did this take up all the way over here? So I think, there's not a lot of price difference anyway between these two, but that low was a virgin while all this was going on. Look, it just got tagged, and they went right almost to the close. The close was 25.50, the low was 19.50. So they closed at 25.50, and this got all the way up to high of 25. So 2 ticks. They 2 ticked that low. Algorithmically re-squared, and now we're back down here, which is bearish because we can't even stay above the candle that was bullish. So I've got a bearish bias. Right now I'm kind of like, I'm going to be a short seller, and if I am, it's probably going to be NASDAQ because it's a weak sister. But for right now, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Now this is no longer virgin because it got touched here. But nonetheless, I got to keep looking at it because it was only touched. So I'm going to take the virgin off of it, and I'm just going to leave it as the last low breakout. Now I'm going to transfer that to my other charts. I'm going to control copy. I'm going to see what that looks like on the 60-minute. And I already have it here on the 60-minute up here, but I have transferred it to here. So I'm going to readjust. As I get lower and lower in my time frames, I'm going to readjust, and I'm going to take the virgin out. So I had done that when you were in that.
Okay.
Copy, paste it over. I just wanted you to see me do it, to not cheat you out of the experience. Now I am looking at this long green candle that got restuffed. At one point, this is a huge Frightener candle all the way up here, and now it got wicked down, and now we're trading. I want to see where the 50%, the 50% of the body of this candle is a huge line in the sand for us today. So we're right above it. So I Fibonacci'd it 0 to 100. The 50% is 67.21, and I drew a little line there at 57.21. Now it's not a low; it's a retracement 50%. But I got two lines there. What's going on? Yep, I have two lines there. So
The 50% of the body.
yeah, I go 50% of the body. The bodies tell the story. The wicks do the damage.
Mhm.
You could do the whole thing, and you may end up with a different 50%. It may be worth looking at it. If you do the whole thing, you end up with a 50% up here, or already below that. And that candle was that size. But I'm thinking, because it looks very manipulated, I'm thinking, okay, what is the bottom? So either way you study this, in my book, it's okay, it's good enough. But I want 50% of the body, and that's 66.12. So 66 is good enough for me. Get rid of the fib. So now I've got this line in the sand here, and we're trading at 53.71. So we're not that far from here. If we hit that 50% and it starts to shit the bed, my next target is we take these guys out. So that's why it's kind of important. Now, what do we have here close to this line? And this is what I want you to see that I think a lot of other people don't see. And it's kind of like my bread and butter trades. Where would you expect a reversal if we start going down? We have a last low pre-breakout here. Do you see a last high pre-breakout here?
Well, my first location would be the last high pre-breakout.
Right there. Right?
At the Century.
So look how close we are to that guy already. This is 68.50. So I want to see a reaction off of this guy. Because this was a down candle that made a wick up and got totally rejected. So are we gonna go in here and give the seller a reason to go down and melt down? So I definitely want to see what's going on here in the lower time frames. It's 9:06, so I'm coming into my no trade zone. But I would be looking, if we didn't bounce off of the 68.25, this last low pre-breakout, and we came down and touched the 50% of the candle and kept going, I'm gonna FOMO short to go down here.
Yeah, the stops. There's a lot of stops down there.
Right, so look, we're touching it now. So we need to see, hey, what's going on? What's the structure in the market? What does this look like? So the first thing I do is, where are the big boys advertising? Do I see more lines below or above? I'm kind of seeing more lines below today. So I'm going to say they're advertising below. There they are.
Yeah.
Orange. They may be spoofs, but they're trying to bring the algos down. So I got some pressing above, some algos down. We broke this guy already. This looks lower to me. So definitely now looking at the structure. We looked at the, right? We looked already at the term structure of the options. We know we want all those call guys to lose money. So these guys are advertising. They could be spoofing, but they definitely want to say, hey, come down here and touch me. I got a lot of money for you. And I think the two guys that are showing up here, these guys, are the same guys that are showing up down here.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing this intent. They're like, hey, come up. Give me a better short, right? Let me come up. And then they're advertising down here. Oh, come back down. So I'm kind of looking at this pre-market going, what games are these guys playing? And then I go, do I see the same thing on the NQ? The NQ is a lot thinner, but do I see somebody with a lot of size in the NQ way below? Oh yeah, this guy at 18.5. So it's about 160 points lower, which is not a big deal. And I also see this guy up here. But really, is this a lot of people? Dude, this is 50 cars, and this is 12 cars, so I don't care about this. This kind of means a little bit of something to me. Why is this guy down here at 18.50? Well, this is probably an options player. Don't give a lot of weight to this. It's kind of thin, but does it match what I see in the ES? It does.
Mm-hmm.
So that 50 matches this guy. So I know now that they're working together. They're colluding. They're evil. All right, so we know what the structure is starting to shape like before the open. Right now we got VPOC up here, but it's the overnight stuff, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I've seen what I need to see in Bookmap. And they're blowing stops to the bottom. So all the stops, all the ice is selling. Sell, 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 sell. Little buy, sell. They're not closing their shorts yet, so this got legs to go down. And the stops are getting bigger the lower we go.
Mm-hmm.
Right, so
interesting.
So that's something that I definitely look at. I want you to see what's going on in my head and how I'm kind of looking at Bookmap building a narrative. So we definitely have targets below us. They're kind of close, but we need to see how the market reacts there. And we have a bias that if we get below the 50% of this candle, which is already the body, the 50% of the whole candle is way up here. We've already crossed that line. I got no reason to be long, right? I gotta wait for shorts and get short.
Mm-hmm.
We got this NWOG, right? So putting things in perspective, we had the same thing over the weekend where we gapped up.
Yeah.
And everybody was like, we're going up to Mars, man. And now suddenly everything changed, and now we're trading below the new week opening gap. So the top of this candle, 96, 5,400. I don't know that we'll get there today. If we go up here, then we may see a reaction back down because this happened. And this would be an incredible play for them. If they can get it up to 5,400 and then pull the rug out, well, that would be one of the most evil things that they can do.
Yeah.
But right now we're not there. We gotta wait to see what happens. So we know we're trading below the new week opening gap. We have a new day opening gap inside the new week opening gap, which is already even more bearish because we're trading below that end dog. So we have a lot of structure above us that's been violated.
Okay, so now
And
now I think one of the things that I would kind of struggle with is if I had a bias to the downside, I'm maybe not going to put enough emphasis on it.
Well, that's a problem for me, for everybody. You come up with this great plan. You're like, oh my God, well, you got it all down perfectly, and then you end up being a buyer all day, and you're like, what the fuck did I do? I was supposed to be short all day,
Yeah.
and I blew up. So yeah, it's a problem too, and that's one of the things that if I were you, I would definitely track on your. That is more important for you to track than I think the performance of your trades at this juncture of
Okay.
where you are, maybe even where I am. Like, hey, what's my plan today? You're clearly listening to my bias being more to the downside, and then if I start buying, after my third buy and stop out, you gotta tell me, hey, Mike, what are you doing, man? Your bias is short, and you've bought 3 times, you gotta stop out, or you on tilt. That's sort of the conversation you gotta have. Now look at what we got here. Look at this on the 15-minute candle. We have a last high pre-breakout that almost got touched here, but not quite. It's still virgin, which is at 38.
A lot of stops down there.
And a lot of liquidity here because there's a capper, right? There's a pro bar capper here.
Yeah.
So why are the professionals capping this? I don't know. I don't care. I'm just looking at this is the story the market is telling me. So we got this guy here. We got this virgin, a lot of reasons to come down here today. All these longs, wow, wouldn't that be so wicked? All these people that got long, they all get taken out. We use them for fuel. We get our short on, we make money. We're late to this trade, but
Yeah.
I wasn't here at 4:40 morning. So 9:15, I'm coming into my no trade zone. Here's another
9:15 and 9:30.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
it. So let's copy paste this guy down here. Here's another 15-minute. Now on the 15-minute, these are not as powerful as they would be on the 30-minute.
Mm.
So I'm gonna take this and take it to the 30-minute because it's the closest alligator to our canoe. And I think I already have it here. Where are we? Let me just put it up. There it is, right there. Wow. So you see how these last low. Nobody looks at this stuff, but for whatever reason, you start paying attention to this, especially if they're virgin, and you're gonna see that you're gonna have an incredible accuracy in bias and trades. And because this is a last high pre-breakout,
Mm-hmm.
I expect us to come down here and have a reaction up and away from it like we did here. However, if we do a manipulated down, which is what I want to see with the reaction, I want to be in that trade. But if we're going to be doing the crawl of death toward it, I don't want to take the long because the market is telling me we're going to run you over. So I got to look at that. So now that trade that came up the 15-minute chart is valid on the 30-minute, and I want to see if it's valid on the 60-minute. And I think it's this guy right here at 25, and I'm going to take it off. So it's somewhere up here, not down here. Now this is a valid 60-minute last low pre-breakout, and we may go there, but the 60-minute one and the 50-minute one that we have and 30-minute one is a little bit higher. It's off of this guy right here. So let's take a look at this and see if we have a story here. So this was a down bar that got taken out by this impulse candle. So this impulse stuff took this blow out. So I'm gonna put that right there, and I know I have another lower one below it. And this is how this is how you keep yourself a little bit busy instead of copy paste and put it here. So I've got a little bracket here between 37 and 26. I got 10 points here, but they could, they could bounce around. This is a warning for me, like, hey, if you get in here, be careful because they can go touch this
Mhm.
and then react. Don't start following in over here when you see them hit this line when they're really going for the lower one, which is just 10 points away.
Are those lines also the indicator, the high tech?
No, this is Ninja.
Oh, is
I
it?
just go here. Yeah, I just go Ninja. I go all the way down to labeled gray. And, peak one, like right here.
Okay.
It's kind of hard to keep it straight. And then after I keep it straight, I right click, go to properties, go to template, and that's where you can see this guy's a little fried in the head because look how many templates he has.
Yeah.
So I'll give you all these if I haven't already. But yeah, these are all my templates.
Yeah, I'll take them just to stay consistent with you, so that we could read the same thing, like when I share charts.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so this is if you want to see where we're at, I'll show you where they're at later. But that's what I would do. I would take template, load.
Okay.
And unfortunately, it doesn't copy the name. Let's say it's a last high pre-breakout, it's a virgin. When you click it here, it puts the name here. So I gotta select that, Control C, copy it, and then when I hit load, see the text.
Yeah.
It's always blank. I don't know why Ninja does that. It sucks.
Okay.
I gotta copy paste it in, and then when I hit OK, you'll see this here go to the text.
Yeah. All right, cool.
Boom, right there. All right, so let me delete this guy. You saw how that works. So we are getting into the territory of, on the higher time frame, of the news gap. So what's going on? So the news gap, we still have the 50% where we wicked off. Maybe these guys want, better prices. But right now, we touched the zero line, the 100% line, the 100% line of the gap, and I don't see any pro bars like I do here. So really the game today is to either get short until we see a pro bar on the higher time frame that the down move is over, or just wait and do nothing unless you have a compelling trade. That's kind of what I'm looking at. So we know where we are in we have a
Wait,
roadmap.
can you say it one more time? I'm sorry.
The game today is to get short on order flow or whatever, trigger we have.
Yep.
And then wait for a pro bar on a higher time frame, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna look at that now. We want to trade pro bar to pro bar, commercial to commercial. I don't see any pro bars here. I see some up here. They were selling the highs, and now we're down here. So when they cash out, it's probably over. I don't know, but we definitely have a bias. We're kind of biased to the downside. We have the 50% of this candle getting challenged now. We have this virgin last high pre-breakout that just got violated, and we had no reaction off of it. So we want to start getting into the lower time frames and see, well, what's going on. So this is our next last high pre-breakout that's virgin. So now I'm getting into the lower time frames. So I'm gonna copy and paste this guy in here because it's an alligator that's closer to our canoe. And see what happens when we touch this little guy. So now I'm really now working on the 30-minute. I'm working on the overnight and yesterday. So I want to take a look, midnight to midnight. What's going on here? Hey, Nick called from Bank of America. He wants to know what's going on. All right, tell Nick the last 1, 2, 3, 4, the last 4 nights, 24 to 24 after the news gap, we have been on an uptrend, except for last night. We broke below a very important swing fail pattern low here, and we violated that, and we're wicking off the open gap in Chicago, from Chicago to Asia last night. And then the midnight open, we've been trading except for a manipulation up. So tell Nick it looks down.
Mhm.
Okay, this has been violated, but I'm gonna leave it on here just so we could see the gap, the wicks. If anything wicks up into this guy, we know we want to sell it. That would be a premium sell, right?
Mhm.
So we're gonna leave it there. And then from yesterday to today on the 30-minute, which is what you would be doing on a volume profile, do I have any weak lows, weak highs, all that stuff? Here's a major swing low that just got violated. Where's my next one? My next one is down here from the day prior. So are we gonna go all the way and revisit these commercials down here to get a better price? We got a Crowbar here this morning, so are we gonna violate this capper guy here and keep going down and touch this? I don't wanna put too much stuff in my chart, but just because you're watching this, and to me, this narrative makes sense because I'm following the commercial money.
Yeah.
The pro bars, pro bar to pro bar. So, I'm expecting a positive reaction off of this. So this is a structured trade. If we get here, manipulate down and stop. If we cross back above it, I'm gonna try to scalp this Virgin last high pre-breakout, hoping that this pro bar commercial that went long and restuffed this short candle is gonna be here for me and bail me out. If he's not, then he's gonna get run over. I'm gonna take a loss, I don't care. And then I'm gonna get short because the next one on the hit parade is this guy, and then we shit the bed all the way down here.
Mhm.
So that's kind of what I'm looking at. So I'm going over here, and this is a nice last high pre-breakout. Do we have anything lower than this on the 15-minute chart? Let's see. Yep, we already have it. So homework complete, man. We're good to go. We got our first target here, our second target here. It looks biased to the downside. Shitload of pro bars here. The market makers are rebalancing this Virgin leg up. Now they're rebalancing that. So now let's get into the 5-minute stuff. And I'm gonna do
The last high pre-breakout, what chart do you label that on predominantly? Because
this one here.
yeah, like the one. So let's say the one to the upside, that's around like 54. Is that a different value depending on what chart you're looking at?
I try to keep it the same value. So when I copy paste it, like say this one, it might not have the exact value, but if you can see this candle here, that value is 38.50. So I try to put it very close to 38.50. I'm at 38.25. Here's 38.50.
But like
so
on the M5, it's different because the candles are different.
Correct. So then that's how you fine tune them. So let's do that. So I'm going to copy it right now, and I'm going to go to the M5, and I'm going to drop it in there so we can see it. And then I'm going to fine tune it. So that's a great question. So I'm thinking that candle needs to be maybe that guy here. Let's see what happens. You click the chart, Control V, and it's way down here, and you're like, what the fuck? It's not even on here. So I have another one here on a 5-minute chart that I want to look at. And if you actually look at these last high pre-breakouts, last low pre-breakouts, they are part of the toxic volume, the V-pin gaps, right?
Yep.
That we already have. So everything ties together. The whole theme ties together.
Mm-hmm.
Or the fair value gap from ICT, whatever. But the theme ties together the commercial money, the way the algos want to come back and rebalance. So we have another one here. Let's go all the way back and see where this thing tagged. Right there. So let's look at it in great detail, or better detail. Let's take it back over there. tune it. And then I look at it, and I'm like, man, this is exciting because look, we had a pro bar going up to it. They tried to check it. This candle here checked this guy right here. Unbelievable, dude. To the tick. It's totally random. Okay, whatever. The thing is to make sense of the randomness. But we have a little camper structure here, and that's where that virgin low came in. It wasn't able to be checked here. Maybe somebody's saying, hey, I want to check that. But it's really this little candle here. But I like that it was the up candle that got taken out. So I'm going to leave it there because it matches the higher time frame. So no need for me to adjust it on the lower time frame.
Yeah.
Because this jives with the higher time frame. Even though it's not this candle, it's really important that it's the down candle that got stuffed, right? So where did the down candle lose everything? At the 50% mark, which is probably that guy right there.
Yeah.
This is where it started, but this is where they threw up. So this is important to me, and it's already been tagged almost here. So this is a swing. It matches. Now we got confluence. We have a swing fail pattern over here, and we have a last pre-breakout over here. So our 5-minute chart is jiving. We're gonna look at that later, and we're about to open, and I'm going to go into my MES trigger chart. It already looks like that. Everything is pointing down. Get my order panel up, and I gotta see 206 here. 206. Okay, so I'm ready to trade. And now I'm gonna get this out of the way. But now I know everything is, so I'm good. I'm ready to trade.
All right.
Let's take a look at Bookmap. And I don't know if you want to go off on your own or if you want to.
No, I mean, if you don't mind, we'll just narrate together.
No, I don't mind. We're 30 seconds to the party opening, so let me mark the open here where kind of we are. So that's the big line in the sand for us. Let's see what happens. The manipulation starts.
Yeah, triple right on the start.
It's freaking believable. I'm gonna be getting short at the midnight open. Right about here. There's the midnight open on the NQ. I'm gonna blast some shorts here. Maybe on the NQ. See what happens. So the NQ is a weak sister, so I'm already short the NQ. Stops to break even. This is gonna have legs.
Nice.
Alright. It looked good for a second there. I got McDonald money. But let's see. The wick's back up there. Short again. I love you too, Bubble. Have a good day at work. Be safe. right? So we made one belly here, we left it. You can see how VPOC has been going up and down. Everybody's getting thrown up left and right. I got pro bars on the ES going into the midnight open. So we may be going into the overnight mid. So I'm actually short the MQ now again. I don't like this. If we break above here, I'm going to close my short on the MQ because that means we're going higher. I don't want to be part of it. I could see the guys flashing fake liquidity up here and down here at the same time. So the spoof is on.
Mm.
You could see that. So let's see if this is a true break. So there's buyers in here. You can see the auction reacting
Yep.
faster to the upside than the downside. So I don't really like that for a short, and that's going to get me out of the. That's maybe going to get me out of the short unless we break below it. It could have been a little stop sweep there, but let's see what happens. They may be hunting for stops. This is starting to look like it could be a drive and go day. So I don't know.
Back down.
Yep, so I'm going to get short again on the NQ. And I'm gonna leave it too much room.
I'm risk neutral.
Excellent. It's not really breaking down, so I may close out of it. Closing it. Because we got above, if we get above this guy, 8250 on the ES, what is it? 8250.
Yeah, I got my stop just sitting above the high by 1.5.
It's almost like asking to get taken out, really, but they're gonna try to shake us off this horse. We got another 5 minutes of torture here. I'm gonna try to get a scale out. This is what it looks like. And I want to close it.
I'm gonna target like 70.
I'm like, okay, they're trying to bug everybody off the short horse. So we got. What is this looking like? I mean, look, on our trigger chart, we could see that we are above the midnight open. The NQ is like really the one to be short, and I may start shorting here. These wicks are not higher yet, so I'm gonna ease up into this. So this would be a range for me to get short here. I'll get stopped out. Oh, where are my stops? So is there a last high pre-breakout that they may go up and touch? That'd be right there. Yeah. They should not get above this guy right here. Oh, they may. I'll take a loss. 30, 40, 50 bucks, whatever. This is a huge, 75 to 85, 5-point stop, 10-point stop.
That's me.
So if you got long, you made money.
Well, I just got stopped out of my short.
Oh, okay. Okay, so we didn't make any money. But look at that. To the tick, this last slow pre-breakout, I want to sell that guy on the way down.
So you
It
just
may
set.
be going for this whole enchilada here. Now remember, the MES is not as weak as the Nasdaq. So
You set a limit to sell at 84 on ES, basically.
yeah, right in here. I don't see a need for them to get back below this candle here, which it just got filled. And it may be another stop. I don't know. I mean, let's see how high they go. And my stop is gonna be above the impulse candle, this guy right here. So my stop is 89, 82. Let's see what happens. So they're taking the NQ to the midnight open, and I'm shorting the NQ. Because the NQ is a weak sister, so you can see I got two trades going on.
Mm-hmm.
I fucked up here because I didn't put stopped here. So what stopped it here was the
See that big buyer?
this guy right here. Yeah, I don't like that candle getting restuffed, but
Book map. Large order. 280 lots.
this is a pretty big order here. Big buyer.
Yeah, that one.
We don't get below. Yeah, we don't get below him soon. This whole thesis is going out the window. So I've got my NQ at break even.
That's a really nice analysis, anticipating the next move with that last low pre-breakout, and then
Well,
having.
I'm probably about to get stopped out of the NQ here. I don't know. Be nice to take the $80 now.
You're not getting risk neutral. You're just moving your stop.
Well, I made a mistake. I had my news thing instead of my NQ trader here.
Oh, okay.
So, but I may close it out. It's weak. They're trying to get me off. They're gonna take it now. Boom.
Nice.
So that made my day. I can go have breakfast and be done today. And this is it, dude. We're trading for consistency. We're not hitting for the fences. You know what I mean? We're below the buyer here.
Yep.
I don't even know where's my ES trade. Oh, here. Okay, so let's go to break even. Let's move the stop to there. I think the ES has a lot more power. See these candles getting restuffed all the way back.
Yeah.
And it shows, right? Because look, the ES is down 97. The Nasdaq is down 300, and the ES is down 50. I mean, if the Nasdaq is down 300, the ES should be down like 80, right? Now, where's the SPX? We're at 40. The SPX is at 43.46. Remember, and we said 53.50 was an important number.
Yep.
So, you know, are we gonna break? We're below 53.50, but if we get above 53.50, this trade is gonna stop out. So it's not moving the way I want it to move. Here's the midnight open. I'm gonna close the trade. If I don't like the way it looks, I just close it. There'll be other chances to get in it.
Mm.
You know, but this is telling me.
I think that in that sense, I'm still pretty. Sorry. One sec. In that sense, I still feel pretty robotic. Like, you know, trying to stick to, like, letting it either stop me out or win. Like,
Yeah, well, you know,
I'm not
the
at that
candles are.
discretionary stage, you know.
Yeah, just listen to the order flow. Listen to the order flow and look at the quickness in the candles, right? Like the ES, every candle has been getting restuffed, right?
Yeah,
Look,
yeah,
this down candle got restuffed. This one got restuffed. It doesn't feel good. I don't want to stay in it. You know, I want them to drive down and stay down.
yeah.
Stay down, motherfucker! I hit you. Right now, this guy's like, oh, he got back up. Fucking hit him again. He's beating me, man. Look, he's eating up all the shorts. So, kind of how I look at it. So I'm like, I'm getting beat up. I want out. I want out. And I'm like, I want out now before I'm underwater.
Yeah, it makes total sense.
I mean, we're not done yet, but you know, there's more to be had here. They really want to buck this horse. But let's look at what's going on. Big picture here. The NQ hit the midnight open, and we're back up here again. The ES came from below with a pro bar and hit the midnight open. So right now, I was bearish. I have a bearish bias, but unless they break this pro bar here at 67, I can't get short again. So I'm gonna put an order to sell down there.
Mm. You'll just place an order below 67.
No, well, in my head. I'm not gonna do it now because
Yeah.
I want to see how it gets there. But this
Yeah.
wick is not.
That's the open
not-
line, so makes sense.
Right. But this wick here, as it gets shorter, it's gonna want, like, if they break the 50% of this pro bar, I'm already like gonna start FOMOing in. But look, the Nasdaq and the ES are kind of catching up, right? Look at how the patterns are very similar.
Mhm.
Pro bar capper. You know, if we break this pro bar capper, I want to be short the NQs. But I don't know. Now I'm, you know, the bias is up right now, and the SPX is at 43. So let's look at the volumes here. And this, I think, is where everybody gets like, you're looking at that 1 minute, anticipating things happening from 1 second to the next. But this is when you got to start doing this kind of stuff.
Okay.
Going, all right, what's going on? Let me see. There's a 2300 volume on 5300 and 5350, 1400 puts, 400 calls. Are they gonna let all these guys make money at 5350? No, the market makers hedge. But let's find out. SPX. Let's give this another rerun. See where we're at.
So this
What
is.
is the structure?
But is this similar, this bar chart, to the?
Yes.
Yeah. Is it just not the same way of viewing it, the information, but it's very similar. The
Very
open.
similar. The bar chart is a lot more detailed.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'm looking at the midline here for a midline trade on the NQ. This is going into the 30s, so this may be short right now again. So I'm gonna start gaming the NQ for shorts because we went below the 50% of this pro bar, and now I'm thinking the NQ may hit these guys for liquidity. So I'm gonna get short the NQ. I did already. Short here. The NQ, I'm a little skittish this morning, so I'm gonna go right to break even. If they want to take it, take it.
Mhm.
But I want this. They gotta close the auction now and hit me. If they're gonna do it, they gotta close the auction real soon. Either take my stop and go up, which looks like what they're gonna do, or close it real quick and shit the bed. And so it's still bullish. Let's see. Man, they're not letting anybody make money today, huh?
Yeah. I love the confidence. If I'm not making money, fucking nobody's making money.
Yeah, right. But I mean, this pro capper here on the ES has a lot of meaning to me. So it's getting threatened right now. We talked about it. and if they break it, Crowbar Capper, I'm going to, they could bounce off of it, you know, but look, this is a big rejection wick. So I'm getting short the NQ again. The ES is right at that capper level, so is that buyer gonna come back in and I'm gonna get stopped out? Okay, if that happens, so be it. You know, it is
Yep.
what it is. It's trading. I don't have a magic crystal ball, but SPX is 37. If it would break 30, it'd be nice. They're either gonna close this auction. There we go. Close it, baby. Close it, baby.
I accidentally canceled my buy stop. I don't know what to do about that.
The buy stop.
Yeah. I'll just manage it manually.
If this goes positive, I'm gonna like it's trying to do now. I'm gonna close it. So, what's going on with the capper? So the capper got restuffed. Maybe getting longer. If these people don't. Let's see what happens. We're at 10. We're 10 to 10. All right. So let's think. Let's think volume flows. We made the low at 145, 245. What is this? A 15-minute chart. Let's go to the 5-minute chart. This is where your risk guy comes over and goes, Nick, what are your volume flows this morning? And we're gonna go, okay, let's look at that. So they ticked above the overnight mid and they weren't able to hold it, and it looks like we're working lower. That's me getting short on the NQ. So, let's look at volume order flows here. We made a low at 9:30, so we may make a high at 10 o'clock in 10 minutes. So whatever this is, I gotta get out of this short. So I got out of the NASDAQ short, basically a scratch trade.
You're anticipating a 10 o'clock reversal?
Yeah.
Do you anticipate that basically every day?
Well, it's like a 20-20-20, so I want to look and see what we got going on here.
I mean, it's not looking bad for a push if we can get below 63. If we could.
I may get short again. I'm short again. But the ranges are big, man. So, like, for me to stay short, but they don't want anybody on the short horse, so.
I have a limit order set to 71.25.
You mean on the ES?
Yeah. But if it breaks down, I'll just join the short.
Yeah, I'm joining the short now on the ES. What the hell kind of a late fill is that? SPX is at 29. 69. Gee, this would hurt, but my stop is another 10-point stop. I need a target below. It would be this target here. It would be the last high pre-breakout. Right there. 50, let's make it 54.75.
Now I just moved my limit down to 67.
To sell?
Yeah, sell limit. Alright, I'm in.
I'm gonna go stops to break even. I'm tired of this game. They're really fucking, but I don't want to lose any money. Close the auction and touch it. Go. Touch it. Touch it. Touch it. Touch it. All right. Let's see. So we're touching this guy right here at 52.25. I'm at 54.75. This capper here is holding everything. Good boy. Shit, where else am I short? So I'm trading on. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Alright, I'm short here, and this is working out really good. And I am done for the day.
Nice.
And that's how I do it, dude. And you may look at this and go, dude, you're absolutely insane. But we, look, we are going for not, no, look, I'm happy with that for the day, right? That's good enough for me. I'm not doing that to, you know how I am. I'm not doing that to, show off or say anything, but I want to do that because I want to show you that there's a mentality for trading every day and making a living out of this, and there's a different mentality for going, oh dude, I got the, you know, a 500-point swing. I don't trade that way. Now today is a day where I don't feel I feel like we made the move already. I don't know that this thing is going to break down, and you know what I mean? We touched our high value targets. I don't know that we're going to break down and the market's going to go down 1,000 points, but if we did, I wouldn't be in it anyway. Look at how we're touching this guy right here. I expect a bullish reaction out of that. That would be a structured trade. So if I was short, I'd be like one lot, I'd take it off right now because I expect this buyer to come back in at this point right here. That's the last high pre-breakout. Look, we ticked it, and now we're rejecting off of it. So it was just so much trouble to make any money on the short side with our bias short that I feel like we're already almost in a mean reversion market.
Yeah. Well, I'm still in it. I'm still in it, but
yeah, stay in it. But protect your.
I'm only risking like 4 points right now. Either it's gonna push to my target at 46, or it's gonna take me out at 56.
Well, no, it'll keep pushing because we don't have a pro bar yet. So, and remember, I was playing more of the NQ than this, and the NQ moves wild. So when it shows me the money, I gotta take it, right? But if I was on the ES, you gotta stay in it because we don't have a pro bar yet. But we're below. See, we're at the bottom of both channels. So I expect a little bit of a bounce, and that was coincidental with the last high pre-breakout. So we expect this bounce. You know, if it comes back up to get rebalance, I expect it to come back to the mid around 60, 64. 63, kind of. That's kind of what's happening now.
Yeah,
So the
that's
channels
me.
are still pointed down. What happened? You got short again?
No, I'm out.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, look, this is a game where we're looking to see. Let me look. So I don't like this. All the white bubbles. It's a lot of buying going on there, but and the liquidity is coming up to meet it. Look how high the liquidity is. So there's a lot of pushing from below. See the push below? That's what this white line is talking
Yep.
about. Me and Tom disagreed on that. But, so they're definitely spoofing this up.
So the area to re-engage.
Is around 62, 64. Like right now. The open box low.
That's where I was looking. 65 half.
Yeah. Why am I not getting that? The open box low, 65 and a half, yeah. May not even get up there. I don't know. If we break this guy, we're not getting up there. If we break this low, we're not going up there.
Yeah.
If we break that low, I already got an order in again to go in on NASDAQ. But this is one lots, man. I'm not taking any more risk.
Oh, really? You just got sized down here.
Well, yeah, because we're at a juncture, so I don't want to take risk. This is where a lot of people would take risk, more risk. But this is a juncture where we can go either way. There's a lot of wicks down here. I don't want to be a victim of one of these wicks. In fact, I may close this out if I don't get hit shortly, like within the next 5 seconds. Because of all the wicking action going on.
All right, that's me risk neutral.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Yeah.
I need to see some pro bars before you're in any danger. We're trading below this pro bar. Hang on to that thing. All right, here we go. Overnight low is the next one in the overnight low right here. 72% chance of breaking that guy. You gotta stay with me, Maverick. It may not happen till 10:05. You know, we're definitely making a low now. I want them to close the auction and hit that overnight low. Let's take a look at Bookmap. There it is, 45. What's the overnight low? 40?
39.75.
Let's see if they're going to close it. What are we doing, boys? There it is, 40. That's the overnight low. So they're there. They know that they're going there. It's just a matter of whether they fill this guy up. Good, that failed. So I don't want it to get above this guy, because then we're going to have a little bit of a pullback. And
Pro bar.
Trap more. Oh, really? Shit. All right, I'm out of that trade. The short. If I just pulled the cord on it right now. The short. But I'm skittish like that, right? Because now
Yep.
we got a pro bar down here at the bottom. Doesn't mean it's not going lower. It just means that I'm like, I don't want to wait and find out, because we may go a lot higher from here.
Yeah.
Not break the overnight low till like 10:30. So that's just the thinking. I'm just telling you the thinking. But
I just moved my stop in a bit by 2.5 points.
dude, I'm short the NASDAQ. Didn't even know it. Okay, let's get out of that trade. What's going on here, Mike? Okay. I'm out. And this is why, look, I'm happy with this. 800, 4 accounts, 200 each. That's good for a day. And that's all we're looking. It was low stress. I don't like this pro bar until they don't break his butt. But I know they're going to go for the overnight low because the overnight high is way above us up here at 25. So I don't see that happening. But I also see this, and this is concerning. We hit the average daily noise ATR. So usually we get a little bit of a reversal before we keep going.
Yeah.
So we just hit the average daily noise. So we expect a little bit of a bounce hitting the average daily 20-day noise. So all these things are, that's what I'm looking at. And the wicks are higher than the pro bar, so I'd be out of the trade. And I did. I got out of the Q trade.
I made $1.25.
Good.
Yeah.
I'd rather be up than down. So let's look at this and see where we should have gotten short. Up here, right? On top of the overnight mid. So the play today was shorting the overnight mid.
Yeah, after those 2 wicks at the highs.
These guys right here, right?
Yep.
Number 1, number 2, yeah. That failure of that guy right there, short, and then.
Yeah, I guess you could set your if you once you get 2 wicks like that, a lot of the times what I am recognizing is that the market will come into the wick, but not that far.
Correct, because now the wick is the 50% line, and you got a V-pin gap right here.
Yeah.
So you got to say this seller, that V-pin gap is being protected. No candles were allowed to close inside this V-pin gap.
So I guess that could have been the short. But the thing is,
that was the short here. Somewhere in here was the short.
yeah, but you're not getting the M1 catalyst. Do you know what I mean?
Correct.
So I don't know.
Well,
I mean, for a long time I was being really mechanical with that,
well, what do you mean the M1 catalyst?
like operating off of a pro bar.
Oh yeah. Well, this is where they got short. These sons of bitches at 8:30.
Yeah.
The pro bar is going to short back here, and then they broke structure here, and every time it came back into the aggregate volume, and I should have been looking at that because that was the aggregate volume for the morning. Aggregate volume meaning look at all the pro bars. This is where they're getting their business on. Boom, 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 boom. And now this break of structure below this killing field right here, this giant killing field with negative V-pin gaps, when we came back and checked into them, into the killing field, into the pro bars, it was a short coming back out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I missed the boat. I think I tried to get in it.
Yeah, you did.
Up there, but I didn't hold it. They were throwing me off the horse. Let's see. This is what goes in the journal for me. Okay, look, I had good trades. What the F, dude? Look at that. It couldn't have gotten any more picture perfect. Right? But right there, and then I closed it out here at VWAP. It had a bounce on VWAP. Then I got short again here on the break of these pro bars. So good trades. Can't complain. Difficult day to trade. But yeah, I could see now where I made some errors.
Mm-hmm.
I did not look at the whole picture of the aggregated volume where they have been, right? They've been in this box, in this killing field, all morning, right in here.
Yep.
All these professionals in this killing field. So the break was, the mid of that killing field. That's the aggregate volume of institutional trading. Here's the killing field. We come back into the middle of it, and we go away. And what's my target? Well, my target would be this. If you go inside the killing field, copy paste,
Mm-hmm.
and if you were at a desk, that would be your target right there, down here.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least first target. Right? We had a low pre-breakout here that got a reaction. It would have been a good trade. These were analyzed. By the way, if you're not done, if you want to trade more, I'll unplug this. But
Well, I mean, I usually we stick around to 11 if it's not too mean reversion. There's still open targets.
no, there's still trades, absolutely.
Yeah.
But here,
And I'm learning a lot, you know. I really need this. So,
let's look at that last high pre-breakout and see if we got the reaction that I say look at. This is why it's a structured trade, because I expect a bullish reaction. I expect that buyer to come back, and I expect this to have a reaction. So did we get the reaction to at least giving us a scale? And that is what I wanted to see. So this was a Virgin last high pre-breakout. Let's copy the name. Let's load it. Paste the name. And let's go look at the reaction that we got when we hit it. All right, we shit the bed into it. Blah, blah, blah. And we got a reaction off of it, and then they immediately restuffed it back.
mhm.
So we got from 54 to 60. So yeah, we would have gotten a scale. It went as high as 60 to almost 10-point reaction. And that's a structured trade. And you know, you tell somebody, God, I'm taking that trade on a day like today, and they would be like, oh, you're crazy. This is short only.
Well, I don't see the entry because I see Wix and then I see the QSEP, but on the qualified return, I took a short.
The entry would have been right here.
Yeah.
At the break of this candle right there.
I'm not really taking those. Because I can't. I'm not able to distinguish A trade from B trade from C trade when I'm doing that.
Yeah, this today was a C trade, maybe a B, right? Because we got the level. We know the level is gonna be along, but I'm gonna make the line thicker. So here we are in a 1 minute time frame, and we're watching it shit the bed down, which is what we want. Then it goes through it. We haven't done anything yet. Then we had a little capping action here. It closes down here. Then this candle opens. It goes lower.
Yep.
And then it restuffs.
So when it rolls over to the upside, you want to see it.
Yeah.
You want to see it test down, then roll over, and on the rollover go long.
Yes, and that will make you the trader that you want to be. You don't want to be catching it down here because I don't know how low it's going to go. I want to catch it when the buyer shows up. I want the buyer to show up like he did before.
Yeah.
So this is where the buyer showed up. You know, I got to get long, right in there. That's my area right there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when the neckline of this candle and this candle get broken, right here, there's a little bleep. I get long here. I get scaled. Maybe I hit a target. If it's a short ball, like today, this would have been a subway pick, and then the trade's over.
Yeah.
With a vengeance.
That's a scalp. I'm literally just figuring out scalping, and I'm loving it.
Right. But do you see why we had a trade there? Why did this happen here?
The last low pre-breakout, that was our area from the pro bar break.
From way back here, and somebody will tell you, "Oh, you're fucking crazy." No, I'm not crazy.
That's the last behavior.
Trade. Yeah, and if the market would have been bullish today, this could have been like a 20-30 handle trade for us with a runner.
I see.
Because you're talking about coming all the way back to the midnight open, dude.
Yeah.
You know, look at the size of this candle. Boom. I mean, I know this was the news. I don't know what this was, actually. This is at 4:30 in the morning. This is the manipulation up. So it wasn't any news. It was totally manipulation. But they were there again. So this is how I check. Is my thesis still kind of functional? And now look, now we're trading off of it. We got B pins. The short is done. That was a good read on our part.
Yeah.
We saw the pro bar. You closed out. And if you wouldn't have, you'd be taking a big loss right now.
Yep.
So the Pro Bar alerted us, hey, the commercials are back. You know, the wicks are getting higher, not lower. I need to get out of this short. I don't
Mm.
know what's gonna happen. You know, and they broke the level one right here.
Do
The level one got broken.
so would you take longs in these wicks at 58? Going for a retest of the open?
I think a better thing to do today would take my long signals all the way to where I would get out and get short again. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, you're flipping pretty quickly.
Yeah, in other words, this is a long signal, but I don't want to get long. I want to see if these wicks hold, and then if they break below this V-pin gap,
Yep.
I want to get short. Here's
Yeah.
a virgin.
That's what I was thinking too.
Yep. See, this is all fractal. So what's going to happen when we get to this guy right here? Are we going to pin it like we did there and react violently up? Look, right there, we just pinned it. So what happens here? Am I getting short or long? I'm getting long if we break above here. Right? This would be my long. For a break above here, but right now it broke through the V-pin gap, so the trade is short. This is telling me that we're going. I don't want to be long.
Yeah.
Right, because we went a little bit deep. Now maybe get long on the break above the 50 of this gap, somewhere in here. But look left. That's the last low pre-breakout, 57. So maybe get long right here. Because if we restuff halfway of this candle, we're going back up. See, now how do we react off of here? Are we going to burn through here? Or is this giving me another chance to get long and scaled? Or is this going to keep pushing lower? I don't know. We haven't done anything yet. By the way, this is just a sample trade. Don't think I'm going in this. But yeah, see? So that was a signal to get long and then the short.
I would be
maybe
looking
a
for a
long.
short.
I'm sorry?
I said I was looking for really a short.
Yeah, so that was your short right there. The aggregate volume, you draw it out. If we come back into this aggregate volume again, you got another short. And what I mean by aggregate volume is the level, wherever the level ones were that got broken, there's volume there. Well, how do I know that, Mike? Are you just saying that? No. This is a commercial, but if you're looking at the whole volume area, you may not see it, so you gotta go here. And this is what Ray would teach us at the desk, is you gotta keep track of that aggregate volume. Right there. So, the aggregate volume came in at 59, so the short was this shelf right here.
Mhm.
Which is, coincides with the bottom of that. And that would have been a short from 58. I think we said something of that nature. I don't remember.
Well, I would probably take it at 56.
56 is a little low, right here at the V-pin gap.
'Cause
that would have worked. It's
Yeah, I
still
mean,
short.
because you have the gap where we were. It was testing the gap at 57,
Right.
and it kept bouncing
let's
off.
Let's say you got short at 56. We got all the way down to 50, so you would have been scaled and now holding for a runner and a break of the Pro Bar here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm trading two lots, so I would just be risk neutral.
Yeah, and look, now you're making money. So excellent trade. These are little trades that I call my bread and butter trades, and you're trading inside the market maker channel. Look at the short term channel pointing down to China.
Yep.
The long term is pointing down, but look, where did the trade come in? If you were just using market maker Nash channel rebalancing, we came in at the top of the orange channel. Beautiful. I mean, a lot of things converged there.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
So,
we had
that's fun.
and also the scalp entry that I've been using for the large-bodied candle. That entry would have been at 54.25.
Would it have been here? This long.
Two over that.
This one.
Yeah, at the break of that low.
Alright, that works for me too. And that's already below the last high pre-breakout, so they already restuffed it. What's next in the horizon now? Don't we have a target? Why am I not getting these targets?
Yeah, we have the overnight low at 39.75, but before that we have the IB, the open range at 46, which was really the area where we anticipated some buying.
Right. So here, let me change this so I don't get messed up. Start trading. I'm long 10 cars, and they're real ESs, and I blow all the accounts. So we got the overnight low next on the hit parade. So for me, this would be a short from where you said, because if we made a low at 10, we're gonna make another low at 10:30. So this is the way the
Yep.
volumes are coming in today.
Yeah, so
Right,
you
we
could
got
set a
high
limit
at-
order, right?
Right.
58.5.
To get short again.
Yeah.
If we get back up here, I hope we get another bounce up.
I'm going to set a limit order.
I don't know that we will, because we're struggling now at this low.
Yeah.
Um,
It might, I mean, you know, sometimes you get those pops.
usually the overnight low, I'm gonna go in with one. What am I? 206 today. 206. Dude, this is not ES's, right? No, we're good.
You know, Mike, what I did to prevent trading the ES is I disallowed it on Rhythmic.
You know, that's a good idea.
Because I blew up an account doing that, and I almost traded ES the other day because I used ES on the playback feature, and it didn't enter me. The trade would have won, but still, yeah, it didn't allow me to enter, and I was like, why? What the fuck? And it saved me.
I'm gonna go do that. Thank you for reminding me that that's possible. Let me see where we're at. So this shelf right here, I wanna be in there. Oh. Come on. Perfect. And then I wanna be in here, which is 58. I think that was the number that you came up with.
Yep.
57.50. They need to close the auction quickly below VPOC. I like the fact that no candles have been allowed to close above it. And we just wicked up here. So let's see. I don't want to see us get above 59.75. We could. So we're hitting the top of the market maker rebalancing channel. Probably blast another one up here. Once we get below it, you're gonna show me that you're coming back down. This thing can go all the way back to VWAP at 65. Oh, pulling this up. push from below. So it looks like they want to touch VWAP 68, so we gotta get our stops above there. We may get gained.
So you're gonna pull your stop all the way to above VWAP.
Sometimes I do. Yeah, because if not, you could get gained. But if they start getting it up here, I want to start layering out. I don't. You know, there's no need for them to get above these wicks unless they're gonna hit VWAP.
Yeah.
To get a lot of people short, but if they're gonna do that, I don't even know what happened. Where did all my trades go? Dude, that is the weirdest thing I've ever seen. My chart froze. Here we go. Kill this thing. So if we're gonna get above these guys, I want to start lowering my risk, even if we are gonna get gained, and then I'll just short more above VWAP, if that's the order.
Yeah.
That's how I'm gonna manage this. And if they come all the way up here, then they can have it because. So we're 6 minutes to 10:30. I expect the volume arrival. We're kind of close to the top of these channels. See this? So I do want to get this guy above here because we could get in here and sweep stops. That would be really evil, but let me get above this little shelf right in here. I'm okay with deleveraging here. So where would you have to have your stops if you were getting short here to not get taken out?
Well, I would probably wait for the
Here,
pick of VWAP.
They're hitting the stops now. So this is they're hitting all the stops right now.
Yeah.
Look at the stop. So they're going after this guy here at 68.
Mm-hmm.
They're getting higher and they're not getting any more stops. So they're either going to go much higher. And now they're into stops again. So it should be okay. That pro bar is good.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, I'm scaled.
That's scale in there. last high pre-breakout. Let's see. Another scale, maybe into this wick. Alright. I don't want to scale on the way up. I want to scale on the way down.
Okay. You just get filled? Oh, you placed the order.
I placed an order at the neck break of that candle. If this thing keeps going up, then I'll end the day with a losing day from a winning day. But to me, these are valid structured trades. If they show up, I gotta take them. This is an A setup for me.
Yeah.
If they break this level 1, then this thing is gonna go up, and then the trades are bullish. I'll take my loss for the day, but not a day that I want to be long. So they're wicking into the long here. And I have a lot of micros on, so I gotta control this. I gotta control this. If this, I don't know what they're gonna do. Nobody does. So if they decide to go north all the way to the midnight open, I don't see why they need to go up there, but I don't know. They already did this already after the open, so. I'm gonna go ATM 1, which is my short ball. And if this thing takes off to the bottom side.
Is that like a scalp?
Yeah, that's my scalper. And I'll use it below here to, like if I'm in the money, I'll use
Start scalping around the position.
Yeah, like right there.
You just scalp entry?
Yeah. Those are the twos. If they stuff this in my face, it's gonna hurt. Yeah, so I can tell the difference because they're twos and not ones. So I'll start scalping this on the way down.
Yeah.
I need to close the auction here and take out the volume point of control, which is, where are we now? So we're below the volume point of control. I don't want this to go back above the volume point of control, especially with me not being, come on. Like if I can help it. If they get this above the volume point of control, this shelf right here, 68, they're gonna, like they just did right now, I'm gonna get out of this. Because they may blow this thing wide open. This may go all the way up to the overnight bid. The fact that I couldn't get scaled and they're pushing that shelf up here,
Yeah.
is pretty telling of like, this trade is not going your way. So I'm expecting this was an arbitrage, and they either close the auction now or I'm out of this. don't care.
We got the retail wrong foot candle.
They were shorting it, which is, I think, why they're trying to take them off their positions. So I hate to be lined up with retail,
Yeah.
but 70 is the number that they're trying to hit now. I'm at 72, so I feel right now I'm gonna get stopped out. Take a nice losing trade day today, but you know I can get out here and control my damage. But they've been at this bucking horse all morning.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that we're above the pro bars,
Yeah, you want to see a pretty swift move when you see
I
that.
need to see like, yeah. Now they're getting the amateurs are getting crushed.
Yep.
That's those two yellow candles. But if they go higher, they're gonna go for more blood. So. This will be the day when this shit comes back 300 points. But I don't care. You know, I had a winning trade yesterday. If this loses today, I walk out. I walk away. I got how many micros in this now? I almost have like a full car on it. I couldn't get scale.
Yeah. Well.
So that's telling right there.
Yeah. 1 in 1,000 trades.
Well, you know what? It happens. I'm gonna give it up. Because we're at that value right there, that shelf. Yeah, they're gonna close it and push. Let's see. Yep. No need to get above this guy. "26 seconds. These guys are going higher.
I'm out.
Yeah, I'm out. Let's see what Bookmap says. They went higher and no stops. They had 200 stops, and now they're much higher and have no stops. So, what's the plan? I'll get short again. But they gotta break the open box. Give me a second here.
All right.
Norway, ¿cómo está? Bien, bien. Diga, ¿cómo está todo? Yo creo que sí. Sí, como un platino. Déjame, ¿te hace falta?
All right.
But anyway, if you want to leave things running, I'll leave it running. If not, I don't want them to get above 60.
I got my stop at like 71 half. Is that you? Basically the same, 71 half?
Yeah. The light that this week didn't come down below this week.
Oh yeah,
So,
it's definitely playing games. But yeah, that's what the auction is saying. It didn't break it.
yeah, the auction would be telling me right now, get out of it. Or you're gonna take all these stops. Anyway, I gotta go meet this guy up front.
Okay.
So we're gonna get stopped up. Yeah, there we go. We're gonna take all the stops up. Oh, first day trading with Nick. Big losing.
Damn. Can't predict it.
Well, I guess that gave us a good reaction that low, right? That last high pre-breakout. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll be right there. I'll be right back.
All right.
Yo!
Hey, give me a
Alright, where are we? Alright, so they went to the midnight open
Hold on, you gotta give me
with another pro bar. Let me catch up with you. Where are we?
Hold on one sec, Mike.
Alright.
Alright. You there?
Yeah, I'm here. I had to meet this guy out there. He's laying tile across the street. He needed some stuff. Perfect interruption in the middle. Alright, so big picture here. We got the NQ coming up twice to the midnight open. Should get a nice reaction down as we got the first time. But I don't know.
Well, on the M30, I'm seeing a large pro bar capper. And on the M15, we're seeing pro bars on the left side.
Let me go there.
And then on the M1, I see us returning to the cappers that were too low. And then the M1 pro bar push into the midnight open.
You know what? This pro bar should have taken these guys out. This push down here at 10 in the morning should have taken these guys out.
So I'm thinking long.
As much as I would hate to say this, yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. Let me go to the let me go to the big picture thing here. So we're below the 50% of the down candle. Let's see where we are in relation to this candle here. Alright, so we wicked low, got these guys closed in here. We wicked high, got these guys closed in the middle. And now we got those little spinner candles. Jesus, he came inside the house. Hold on a second. Where are you? Let's see. This is looking like a long yes, I would agree.
The question is, where? Maybe back to 66. But we have that last low pre-breakout at 68.75. You consider that, right?
Well, the short on the NASDAQ is still not off the table for me. But we'd have to get I gotta see how this auction here develops. This is like a pro bar capper line.
Mm-hmm. And our line in the sand from the pre-market was 66. That was like the 50% of that
Candle.
Here. We broke it. We checked the last low pre-breakout. We missed the overnight low.
Right here. Those are short scalps on the NASDAQ. So this was the 66 line. Yeah, and we're right on the last low pre-breakout. Right here. So going above that guy, let's transfer this over, would mean we may get a bullish reaction. I think that guy right there. We're still respecting the Virgin swing fail pattern low. We haven't gone above that. Now I know that's at 91, but we may get a reaction here.
Pro bar, hammer.
Where'd you see that?
Right here on this test.
What time frame are you looking
M1.
at? Oh yeah, I see that.
I have a limit long set to 72.25. But I think I'm going to take that off now. And this is still like a reaction area that I was anticipating to see. Maybe long step in. I could also see a short scalp here.
That's what I've been doing on the NQ because it's weaker than the ES. They're buying ESs and selling NQs is what these sons of bitches are doing. So I'm kind of like afraid to get short the ES because it's a lot stronger than the NQ. You could see it here. The ES is down 110, the NQ is almost down 2, almost double. Well, not double, but like 1.6. So that means that they're buying one, selling the other. Let me look.
Okay. Maybe I have to add that to my arsenal. NQ trades. Okay, well, I'm filled long.
On the ES?
Yeah. And my stop's at 63.
I'm gonna think that's probably a good trade. Because it's not breaking lower, and it just bounced off the open box low right here.
Yeah. And I mean, that big candle down just got stuffed. So, and then I got my scale to 76.5.
We seem to be wicking higher lows off of this pro bar on the NQ and on the ES. They may go ahead and try to rebalance this leg up here into the new day opening gap.
I'm scaled.
Perfect. We got a pro bar here on the ES.
Yeah, I see that.
Kind of scared me. I'm not happy with that.
For the long, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how would you manage
I don't know.
that then? Like stop to break even, or exit?
Yeah, stop or exit. Yeah, because I don't know. I don't know that this is not the capping action from the top, and we now go all the way back to check that overnight. I mean, it looks like we're back at the top of the pro bar. But I don't have enough direction here to say, well, we're going to go this way or that way.
Yeah.
It seemed like there was a seller here, but I'm not sure. I still feel like I want to get short, but
I'm kind of feeling that way too.
Yeah.
I might just try to take a few scalps, depending on if I get the structure.
Yeah, just keep the size low.
I go 2 ES, MES, same as.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You know, we're not closing above the open box mid. So that's like a line in the sand, which goes all the way up to the midnight open.
Yeah.
Right, so we're in this box right here. The midnight open, the overnight mid. Now all the move down keep getting rejected. Let's see if this move down rejects. If this candle closes above the 50% of this down candle, then this may keep pushing higher, which is right about there. What's the low here? 68.75. So 68.75 is the low to be careful with on the ES.
You scalping?
Yeah, I'm trying to scalp the NQ. It's 68.75 is a critical number for me. They may break it and immediately arbitrage it back up. That's what these sons of bitches have been doing all morning. But
Yeah, that's my target for my scalp.
yeah, I am.
Yeah, I'm out. This is fun. This is kind of like you know, playing World of Warcraft with your friends back in the day. Okay, I'm targeting aggro. Yes, throw your arsenal. Have you ever?
It's like, oh, no, I never played that, but I can just imagine. If you get below the open box low, I'm gonna be short again, just so you know.
Okay.
What's going on here? $66. Man, them buyers just keep showing up. Look at that. they're going up, man.
It seems like it.
Yeah, it just seems like they want to go higher. They want to push higher. It's not breaking down. Anytime it's had a chance to break down, it doesn't.
Need your laptop right now.
It's
The computer just crashed and I have training right now.
it's in the back. No, it's on the shelf right over your head. Another very small scalp. I really like the scalping when the bar closes at the extreme. I think I've had I don't even think I've had one loser yet, and I've done it like 8 times.
Yeah, because you're getting that momentum. That's almost kind of what I'm doing on the NQ, but I'm not getting any paydays. So I just keep thinking, man, they just want to push this up and blow like a bunch of stops. I mean, this is relentlessly going up.
Yeah.
So this is the time when you just keep getting long and add to it, because I mean, I know I had a short bias, but right now I don't know what's up here. They're trying to put the floor at 50.
Well, that was interesting. You see that? Sweet.
Yeah, that's 62.
Just swept the high.
Yeah, that's not bullish.
No.
Unless they reverse that, because they didn't get a lot of stops there. So they're either, and they checked this old VPOC over here.
On the M5, we got a retail wrong foot, long candle, one of those big bodied ones. But I mean, I've kind of become more confused about how to interpret.
I don't know that's retail long. That could be retail getting short, and you'll know soon enough when they take it either above or below that candle. It seems like they want to take it above, so I think they're short.
Yeah.
We're at the midnight open, which tells me, you know, you're in a little bit of danger here of getting a reversal, because that's where we had a lot of wicks reverse
Right.
in this area here. So, I mean, from a big 5-minute chart, anything wicking up here was reversed the last time. I don't know that we're gonna have the same thing happen now. Usually they like to do that, wick the last candle,
Yeah.
get all the stops, and then reverse it. But
Yeah.
that's not what the story tells me with the candles, though.
Well, we're in a channel clearly going up. So it has to
Well,
get.
my Nash channels are like pointing to Mars, right? Like higher is where we're going.
Yeah. Oh,
It's
do
not
you use?
letting off.
Oh, you have the timer on your chart too. I just figured
Yeah.
out that timer.
Oh, for the bar remaining.
Yeah.
See, the EU closes in 15 minutes. I had an open order with the NQ. I just got out of it because I don't really know what's going to happen here. I think they're going for that overnight mid, man. It seems to me like there's more stops above than below right now, but
Yeah.
we do have this leg up from here that has yet to be rebalanced. But you can see all the long wicks are
Jagged.
up. Yeah. The flat area is this area here. Wouldn't that be the shit if we get in there?
How are you treating this little gap, 74 to 70, like a scalp long area?
I was on the NQ side, not on the well, on the short side on the NQ, but not on the ES. ES, I'm tempted to wait because we're staying below. No candles have been allowed to close above the midnight open, but that doesn't mean it's not gonna happen now. But
Yeah. If we do get one of those large-bodied closes above the midnight open, and it's like one of the momentum scalps, I think that'll be an A+ scalp.
well, they're gonna go for stops, but let's see, we had a low at 10. We're making a high at 11. We're gonna have a low at 11:30. I'm back scalping the NQ.
A little break-even scalp for me. I don't know why it filled me so late though. There's another Pro Bar hammer.
On the ES, right?
Yep.
Yeah. There's another one on the NQ too.
Could have been a scalp long, but fill in that structure. My fills are kind of not working that well.
Yeah, my fills have sucked.
But I have a button that automatically sets the order one tick below the bar low. But it's still filling me. That one was 3 ticks.
You got filled long?
I took a short at 71. just scalp. And now I have another scalp long for 75.75 because we have that retail bar, so it might be retailers getting short, which could give the momentum.
Yeah, I have a pro bar on the NQ that I hadn't seen before, but I'm looking at a 30-second chart. And there is a pro bar on the ES, that hammer pro bar, that I had not seen before. And that came at the sweep of the bottom channel, right here.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking this could be long now. And when I flip back and forth, I'm like, try not to trade. But it's hard. It's hard. If we go up to the midnight open, we're gonna break through it. This is looking like it's going to turn into a mean reversion sandwich here. I'm having some rhythmic issues here. Oh my God, 219.
I'm still in that original scalp. Didn't get me.
You're still long or short?
Long.
Yeah, I'm thinking long is the way to go. I'm not sure about long on the NQ anymore, but the ES looks to me like it wants to get back up in here. Let's see, yeah, 209. I got a small scalp going here.
Wow, that was a really nice scalp.
That was good.
That was like almost a 1-to-1 scalp.
Perfect.
What do you go for in terms of risk reward when you scalp? Like 0.3,
I use
0.5?
like a 6.6.
Oh, 6 points in, 6 points out?
Yeah. 3.6, like 3.6, 3.6.
Oh, so you're scaling out twice for 3 and 6.
Correct.
Oh, that's your...
Scalps.
Is that your short ball? Short ball?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. So 3 and 6, and what's your stop?
will be 6. Because there's so much volatility that when you start that scalp stuff, you don't know where you're gonna get filled.
Yeah, but I mean, with the buttons, you do know. Like, I'm using the button, and it sets the order right at the top of the candle because that's my entry criteria. But I haven't even thought about like mean reversion scalps yet, because I'm literally brand new to this. The guy from SMB says that scalping is like a really essential part of being a successful trader.
And that's, yeah, I totally agree with that because that means it forces you to read order flow.
Yeah, it keeps you
won't be
engaged.
a good, right? You can't be a good scalper unless you're a good order flow reader.
Right. All right. Well, now the tide has changed.
I'm long everywhere and I'm trying to get out of my trades.
Yeah, I'm flat. Where'd you get long at? Like 84?
Yeah, I got long right on top of the mid.
Oh, nice.
The mid was 82. Yeah, right. That candle, 84. Yeah, 80.
Yeah, I saw that.
Flat shelf, 83.50. Yeah, same thing.
Nice. That's great.
Okay, so I'm almost back to green.
Wow. Sweet. That's insane,
Right.
actually. I made back $125. I was down 400.
That's a lot.
Oh, I
That's
just
a lot.
attempt to enter a scalp, but it errored me. That's fine.
I'm not back to even. I'm still down like 400, 350, 347.
I was down 4, now I'm at 270. Just from scalping.
Yeah, perfect.
400.
This was a
So now how are you going to treat the century figure? You anticipate
a big sell-off because
Yeah.
of the structure here. Remember?
yeah.
The
Yeah, this is the
400.
premium. So now we're looking for shorts.
Yes, absolutely. And yep.
5404. That was the premium. 5404.5.
Yeah, and if I go short, I'm gonna do it on the NQ. So
Yeah.
because they're selling NQs to buy yeses, so I am gonna get a short on my NQ. So I'm expecting we start running we made a high into the 1125, so I'm expecting we're gonna make a run for the low as the EU closes, or basically just loiter here. Bitch. I'm playing the top of the the top of the NQ channel.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in short.
But
All right. Risk neutral. This is a swing though. This you're looking at that as a swing too, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna add to this. I think when I add, this is when I kind of get fucked.
Well, I'm waiting for a good little pullback to add to this.
Okay, I'm gonna pull mine.
Because they may try and sweep the 05s.
All right, so could you like walk through the ad, if you don't mind, as it's going on?
Yeah, no. Let me see. Let me get myself. I may change to NQ here.
Okay. If you don't want to, we could do it after, or you just talk about it like casually.
Okay. What are you telling me, man? I stinked up total. So I selling full lots here? What the hell? 2-9. Just gonna. So the ES coming back up here. This is on a 5-minute.
So if we get below the low, then you're gonna add to the short.
Correct. If we break the pro bar, I'm trying to leave it so you could see both.
Okay. Because I had my ad set to 97.5, but maybe it's better to wait for that confirmation.
So I got the impulse candle. I just got scaled. You saw that, right? So
Yeah.
now that I got scaled, if I pull back again to the last low pre-breakout, I'm getting short again.
Okay.
Or if we get below the, okay, Jesus. Did you see? This is what I call I'm machine gunning it. So this volume little profile here, I was using that on this candle here to get short below it. So I don't want to get back any money. I'm in the green for the day again.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. Nice.
Look.
All right. I'm gonna try to add on my last low pre-breakout too.
So we're gonna hit here the midnight open, and then I gotta make a decision. Do I get out of this? Do I stay in it? What the hell? I'm just gonna trail it from behind. You know, whatever it is, because. Alright. This is a reaction off the midnight open, so what are we gonna do? 53.
So now my
the ES right now, is 90, and the SPX is 57. So we have a premium now of what? 53, 57, and 90. So 90 minus 57, because that was an error on my part. 33. So we got 33 points of premium on the ES. This is starting to look like a bounce off the midnight open. I'm trading the B-pin 50% line. This is quick, man. I'm making really quick decisions here.
Yeah.
And my stop is above the impulse candle. And
My-
I'll sell this. I'll sell this all the way to the last low pre-breakout. Get out of here. you know, this could go up. Let me ask you, what is the last leg that we did? Is it up or down?
It's up. The
Which
last
way does it have to get rebalanced?
it has to go. It has to go lower.
Where are you in your channels?
We're at the high of the channels.
Okay. Just want you to have that situational awareness. Now, it doesn't mean we don't break above the top of the channel, but I mean, look at the pro bar, look at the hammer down. Do we look bullish right now, or do we look a little bearish?
I would say bearish. It looks like it could turn into a stair-stepping pattern.
Correct, like a grind lower. Now, I could be wrong. You know, if they break this seller, which
98.
they're already at the last low pre-breakout right here, if they break the seller, and this is on NQ, which moves a lot wilder than the ES,
Yeah.
and everything is possible because the NQ violates all this shit. It wipes his ass with it. But if they're gonna close the auction, they're gonna close it now and pull the rug. Man, look at all this buying. Oh my god. I don't know that this is going down.
Little push.
Oh, look at all the stops they got. Oh man. Did they hit 1,000? Almost 1,000. 866. Oh wow. Alright, so the book is pushing on the top. Right here. I don't want to see that get hit. See this orange?
Yep.
If that gets hit, I'm out of my short.
Okay. Well, I'm scaled again.
So I'm gonna put this on a short leash right there. We're at the century number on the NQ, so this could go up and down 18, 27, 20 points, no problem. I don't like the way it's looking, but they can close the auction really quick on it and drive it down, and I think that's what they're gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they did. And I'm not getting scaled.
I'm scaled 3 times right now, which is pretty unusual for me.
But see, those are good, right? Because those little scales made you some money.
Yeah.
So if this candle,
Well, I moved my
this
stop
candle
down.
gets through-
I usually I don't manage as tightly as I am following you.
Don't lose money on my account again.
No. I mean, I'm kind of in like monkey see, monkey do. You know, I'm agreeing with you. I'm not doing things that I don't agree with. But yeah, I feel a lot more carefree, like, you know, trading right now than usual, which is great.
If they're going lower, they're gonna break the midnight open. And I'm gonna change to NQ, and I'm gonna sell click right below it. Not liking this. They're not closing the auction. I'm at break even. Because this thing may spring off of here. So it's they're either gonna close the auction or they're gonna stop me out. I don't care. I don't wanna give the money back now. Close the auction right now. get it below the level and squeeze everybody. And I don't know why they're not doing it, but if it's gonna happen, it's gonna happen now. And the only thing I don't like is my channels are pointing up, right? So
Yep.
So I got scaled and filled and how can I get scaled and Ninja lowers my cost basis all the way down there?
So if we break below this low right here, then you have another order set.
Yep, I'm gonna scale it because right now if they break the low of that pin candle, they restuffed that buyer.
Yeah.
And that means they gotta close the auction and get a Frightener candle going. I want to, there we go. So this is either gonna work or not work. I'm gonna find out quick. And we're in between worlds, man. Between the overnight mid and midnight open. They just ticked lower, but it didn't continue, so I don't like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't like the fact that they're not closing the auction and flushing the shorts. So I kind of got trapped on that momentum push.
There's.
Good advertised down here.
I'm actually gonna cancel mine because there's 1,200 lots sitting at 85. I don't want to get filled before that.
They gotta close it now or I'm gonna close mine. They just can't seem to get below the wicks. Like there's a freaking buyer sitting there with an iceberg. When they break
Well, it
it's
seems
gonna
like
be-
they're gonna want to hit 85 on the ES.
There we go. You can either close the auction now or reverse it. There we go. See that? That's the Frightener candle I was waiting for. But I don't want it to get reversed. I want it to push.
Yeah. So now you're gonna move your stop, right?
I'm at break even, but I'm either gonna close the whole trade. Okay. And now I'm gonna let them frighten the shit out of everybody and follow it. Because I don't know where it's gonna stop. I'm thinking maybe down here, this guy. It could be this guy.
Yeah.
At the 50.
I took one off at 85. I have another one at 81, and then my final one, I'm just gonna let it go and follow.
I am done for the. Oh my god! What a day. Anyway, I don't know how you explain this piece of shit. 200 on one, 90 on another one, and 190 on the other one.
Dude, the trade copier, it seems like
What a piece of shit.
yeah, it seems like a piece of shit.
That's all we got. So.
Oh, there's another 1,000 orders at 77. I think I'm gonna target
Where are you
that.
seeing that up? Are you still short?
Yeah.
Hit the spoof, so don't get out. Let's see, 78 is. You're thinking they're coming down here? I'm thinking they are. This is 10,000, 1,056 in the book.
Yeah, I just moved my target down a little.
Yeah, keep following it from the top.
You think I shouldn't even exit at all? Just follow from the top?
No, follow from the top because we got an open statistic.
Okay.
The overnight high and the overnight low have not been hit yet.
All right.
I'm thinking, right? Yeah. Am I right? Yeah.
Yeah.
The overnight low is open. Overnight high is way the hell over here. And you know what? There's a 20-something% chance that none of them get hit, right? It's not all or nothing.
Yeah.
But So the dispersion trades right now between 11:40 and 12 o'clock at the EU, when they close their funds, is usually when we make the lowest low or the highest high of the morning.
Mm.
I'm thinking with everything being kind of down, well, we're not as down as we were before.
So now I'm trailing at 86.75. How does that sound to you?
Where's your trail?
86.75.
Let me just put something.
I kind of feel more comfortable at 88.5 though.
Your trail should be right. Yeah, just like maybe a tick higher than that 86.50. This low here. Like 86.70. If you're going down, it should be 75. If you're going up, it should be 20. I'm sorry, the other way around. If you're going down, it should be a 25. So you should be at either 87.25 or 86.25.
Okay. Very
And
precise.
If you're going up, your stop should be at 75.
Okay.
Okay, we're getting a push. We're getting a push into the this last high pre-breakout here of 80.50. See how we react off of that. Get tight on your stops.
Okay.
Right, because we get to the shelf. Look at that, how I matched it perfectly. The shelf,
Mhm.
the last high breakout. So we may get a little initial reaction off that. Don't give up your profits. I mean, are you green for the day?
Now I'm down $66. I got taken out of that. How I usually like to manage is trailing behind the last 5-minute candle.
Which would have put you up here at 88.75.
Yeah. Or I could use the 50% mark of that candle like you were saying.
Yeah, I just think we're in mean reversion. That's the session right here. Maybe we go like to this guy and then bounce back. I don't know that we get below the pro bar.
I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna stick to using the 5-minute, but
Yeah, I like that. I
yeah.
like that idea.
Yeah, just to like try to not be as particular, because I just literally got one ticked. You know what I mean? And the potential to go down by 30 points on 2 contracts sounds a lot more appealing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I probably won't make it there unless it just like ripped.
Well, this is a 4th push down. We have 4 black candles, and we touched, the 2 last high pre-breakouts, and we did not break below the pro bar. So if this candle gets restuffed, this is going back up.
Here's a pro bar.
Quick.
M1.
I didn't see it. On the M1?
That's pretty dangerous.
Exactly.
So I would be out. I would be out right here.
Yeah, I mean, if you're reading the auction and the commercials, this is a capper move that got restuffed. I mean, it may go lower, but, you have another capper here that went up with a V-pin gap. We're in that V-pin gap, and the buyers have shown up.
Yep.
I mean,
Dude, this was so much fun. I really enjoyed this.
well, you know what? I don't know how much it helped. We definitely are not green yet for the day with you. So I'm kind of looking for another trade right now.
Well, I definitely learned a lot, and since I'm gonna be really off on my own for the next few months, I think that this is like essential to like be able to work on something really intentionally, you know.
Yeah, work on your narratives. The high time frame narratives are really, really important. The 5 minute chart, I try not to get myopic. I try to keep, okay, where are we as far as the entire profile for the entire day here?
Mm-hmm.
Come on, profile.
Back to the mean, 71. Yeah, well, I mean, I got ticked out of that trade, which is fine.
Don't get back in. But this, okay, this is a used Kleenex.
Yep.
This goes away. These guys got all ticked. See, I don't see any more trades right now.
No, me neither.
We got pro bar to pro bar channel. We don't have pro bars in the top. We have a pro bar in the bottom. I'm thinking we keep going up. I don't like this. And this guy right now on the 15-minute chart is matching the bottom of my market maker rebalancing here.
Mm-hmm.
So if we get a sweep here, it could be a long. See, we tug this. I think this is going to be a BPOC touch and bounce. I don't know. Let's look at it. We're getting lower and less stops. 350.
Here's a pro bar.
56.
I just started viewing the pro bars the way that you're talking about. The left-hand side means potential for reversal.
Yes, so I'm gonna have a long right there.
Oh, on the other side of the pro bar.
Yeah. That just got filled. Because we are coming up on 12 o'clock. So that's the end of the dispersion European trades. Then all these guys that are short are gonna get squeezed. They got no way to protect in shorts. This is starting to look like a capper, isn't it? And look
Yeah,
where
it
we
is.
are here. We're kind of close to this channel, this manipulated channel. Where's the low of this channel? Around 72. We're 72 here. Right here. And I want to get like another extension with a pro bar, like right around where this aggregated volume was coming in for this guy.
So you entered with one lot.
Yeah, because it's like a test.
Yeah.
I'm either gonna let it go, or I'm gonna add at the next. See, now we're way outside the channel, so this would have been a good add once we break above the down candle. So that opened at 76. Give it a tick. Watch it go up. Take my ass and take me until it stops.
Yeah, right.
I like that. I like that expansion. You see that expansion? That's
Yeah.
what I want to see. So I want to see that quick move in my direction, and then we're probably gonna have a lot of fuckery here. What's the first trouble area? The midnight open, right? You see all these wicks. You see all the pro bar here.
Yeah.
So if I have a scale, it should be there.
80-ish.
Like 78. That's a shitty scale. 2.5 points, 2 points. So we may go for a sweep into VWAP. Let's see what that looks like on Bookmap. Wow, look at the seller come in. Nice. So ICE is buying right here. So the ICE is buying by 238.51. The ICE has been buying all the way down, something I can't afford to do. But I don't know if they're buying because they're getting out of positions, or they're buying because they're actually initiating buying positions.
Mm.
So that's the thing with
Wow, your stop is very far away.
well, this is my news strategy. I don't. My stop is gonna be like right here below that pro bar. I just wasn't worried that they were gonna. But I don't know now. If they get below this pro bar, I'm gonna go short for that overnight low.
Yeah. There's a little something. But we do have that swing at 68. That swing was tested multiple times without breaking. And just getting higher and higher each time. So if it gets broken, I mean, I kind of
we're in this crossbar here, right? Where the 1 hour is pointing up, the 30-minute is pointing down, and we're right in between the X's, so which is really a sweep, what I consider sweep territory. So if we come and take this candle out and get another impulse up, I'm gonna be long, but then I'm gonna be, now I'm gonna be looking to scale tight because I don't want to be in with 4 little micros here. I don't know what.
That's currently what I'm in with. But I suppose that's too large.
It is too large for a counter day trend. I don't like the look of this, that we came so deep into this pro bar and we're working the bottom 50 percentile of the V-pin gap. I want us to get above the V-pin gap. I'm not gonna give this a lot of room. 76 to 68. That's what, an 8? How many points is that? 76, 66, 8 points. That's an 8-point stop. I'm gonna get stopped out unless they close this auction and go up. Because you know what I don't like? I don't have a pro bar yet. I don't like that.
Mm-hmm. Well, we did have the 1, but now we're below it. That was a whole reason for entry.
I don't like that. So I'm gonna go right here. I'm gonna descale out of this. If they break this little low, this little ledge right there, I want out. Let me get above this ledge right there. So I want that buyer to come back before I add any more to the position. So I'm 2 micros in, the buyer is not coming back in. I'm gonna get below that ledge, so I'm out.
Yep.
And now now I'm waiting for a pro bar. And the euro is about to break 114. I don't know if I can even get this chart up here. The euro is on a flat line to bust up, which means we're going to bust down. So we get below, I don't like the way this looks. I may get short here. What's the low of the pro bar? I want to get short one car here. That red arrow up here, if we get this below the open,
I got a pretty shitty fill.
awesome. You got what?
I said I got a pretty shitty fill. That's fine.
I got an awful fill myself.
Well, my stop is gonna be at 72, I think. Maybe a little lower, 71.
I'm gonna be at 70, 25, and 71, 75. Oh, I don't like that pro bar hammer candle. My stop is gonna go right above that son of a bitch. Don't like that at all.
68.75.
Alright, here we go. Close the auction. I need to get a scale. What a struggle to get paid today, son of a bitch.
Yeah, for real.
Oh my god, one tick off the scale. Unbelievable. Alright, so the buyers have shown up. We're at 12 o'clock, so this could be the low of the 20-minute range. Okay, now you're gonna pay me, motherfucker. I'm not gonna go for a scale right there. You're either gonna break and pay me down here. That's right. Sorry, I start talking to myself. It starts getting crazy. Alright, I'm out of the trade. God dog it. Look at these wicks getting reversed. What the hell's going on?
Yeah, pretty crazy.
It's just mean reversion bullshit.
I feel like I've seen this play out a bunch. It did get all of the stops below all those lows.
Yeah, look at how we got all this. Okay, so we now what? We've rebalanced the leg up. Now, if this thing takes off, I want to be with 4 lots by click right above that guy. Right there. That'll get me at least to VWAP, right? 71, 61. What a shitty trade. Do you think we're gonna go down to the overnight low?
It seems like it's going to reverse.
64. We got 2 pro bars here, man, and a lot of wicks. I mean, maybe I need to go back to my Muse ATM and play this in a bracket, but this is telling me it's gonna have another push lower. But I don't like buying it from, I'll buy these wicks if it's at a key level. Here is where we started the day. I will buy a wick down here, because that was the open. If our arrow gets green, we get above that black candle, we just ticked above that. You saw that? Oh, I only wanted one. Where did I get two?
I'm gonna wait to see if we break 68. And that's
That would be perfect above this little notch right here.
yeah. If we break 68, then I'm going in. There's a lot of range on it, so it's good risk reward.
Yep, I agree. So there's a seller, a mechanical seller right at the open line. See him? Right there. If he gets ticked, I'm gonna drop this. He wasn't ticked, but if he gets ticked, if they tick him and come back off, let me reduce this to 1.
Here we go.
Alright, he got ticked. Now we're gonna get arbitrage. They'll sell the candle back. And he's in trouble. Or maybe I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble. They're going lower. I'm gonna get out. The sellers are in control.
All right, I'm in short again.
I hate flip-flopping like this, dude. It feels like a freaking amateur hour. But
Yeah.
you know, we're not getting crazy. We're not getting crazy here with the sizes. We're keeping everything to 1 lot,
Yep.
2 lots. You know, this is just basically an exercise in order flow reading. So I expect our order flows to come in. Let me get this thing in here.
Okay. Scaled.
Alright, so that was the first high.
Pro bar. Might be good actually.
Alright, so then the next low should come in at 12.18. Where are we now? 12. I don't like that pro bar. I'm gonna go to break even. You got scaled, right? I
Yeah.
only have one, so I have no scale.
So you don't like the pro bar, so you're going to break even.
Well, if they break above the pro bar, I don't like it.
It might be the beginning of the frightener.
Well, or a reversal.
Yeah. You gotta play defense.
Yeah, and I always tell myself, I don't know. I mean, it looks like
Right.
a beautiful capper here. Now he's breaking above the pro bar. I may go in with 4 if it. Where would I get long here? can't get long until they get above the open box low.
This is looking nice to take me out.
No, just hang in there. We take close shaves. Let's get above the V-pin gap, 64.75. So I'm risking four handles.
Yeah, that sounds good. Above the liquidity. Sounds about right.
Well, just look at the V-pin gap. So, you know,
I meant the gap.
If this is a seller, he'll protect that gap at the 50. If it gets above the 50, then it goes to the last low pre-breakout. But he should protect it right there. If he gets above the zero line on the V-pin gap, then, you know, I'm down 10, 20 bucks, whatever it is. And again, I don't care. I'll make it back.
Love the confidence.
I will be coming in with size if I come in again, because now that if this, then that. If not, then, yeah, that's the what.
Mhm.
It's up. They broke the 50. The candle hasn't closed. We got 19 seconds on the candle. They're going to take me out before the 19 seconds. Nobody's allowed to make money today. Look at this channel. It's so beautiful, the way they rebalance this on the way out. They're starting to slow it down.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that pro bar kind of spooked me. All right, if this candle breaks below the other one, then our short is good. I'll add to it. But if not, it's long. Or maybe short from much higher above. I mean, this short is long on the tooth. Look how far it's come already. From 5,400 to 60, we've got 40 points already.
Yep.
I mean, if it goes back to the 50, the 50 is up here, 78. So that'll get me. That'll give me enough to get scaled on my long, but look at our green. Everything is yellow, undecisive. Our arrow is red. Our arrow just turned gray. So there's a lot of indecision here.
You playing short ball on that?
Yeah. Well, we couldn't stay green, so oh my god, I want to get stopped out on both sides. I think I got in too early. I should have gotten in right on top of the this candle high. But
I have one set too, 68.5.
yeah, it's a little better than my entry.
We'll see. Maybe it's worse.
Well, I like that jump, that candle jump. that it just did. They're looking for stops. No, don't go down. We get below the open here. Trade's not gonna work unless we get above that line. Stay above that line, I should say. Oh man. Mean reversion is pretty mean, isn't it?
Yeah, it sucks. Well, now what?
Park.
Yeah.
That channel is just way too steep for me right now for a long. I think we're gonna go down to the overnight low. I mean, it's still an open stat, but now we're going to be playing into the afternoon. We've definitely hit a slowdown area. We've got pro bars here, pro bars here. We're a little fixated on this damn 1 minute chart, so let's get out of this and see where we are in the big scheme of things. On the 15-minute chart, we got pro bars, they're wicking down here. We got below the trend line, we broke the trend line. Yeah, we're in a crisscross market.
Well, the short was nice. Maybe I should have just held that. I got one ticked on that thing. I probably still would have been in it, to be honest. Maybe I would have been out at 63. That would have been nice.
I'm still biased short, so
This,
but look at where we are, you know.
yeah. I mean, if we break below the 61, then maybe. But the way that I like to look at it is that how you showed me is if we're above the pro bar, then the Q sep is and the Q pullback is in the direction of the retest of the pro bar.
Right. So actually here I'm thinking long, but it doesn't make sense. The stats are below me. You know?
Yeah, but there's still an open stat. I think the stats are above actually because after we took out the 1030 high, then there's only a 30% chance that we get to the 1030 low for the day.
Say that stat again?
The IB stat. So if you break one side, then the other side only has like a 28% chance of getting hit. And especially after that huge leg lower and the balanced profile, I would think that now would be time to go up.
1030. Did we break one side of this? Yeah, we broke the top side of the IB, right?
Yeah.
Right here.
So if we break 68.5, then it's, yeah.
68.5. This is the IB mid. We're just fucking around the IB mid. Coiling to go up is what I'm thinking. But I don't know, this mechanical, we're going to get a volume surge in 3 minutes. At 18, according to my volume cycles. Kind of where everything's been coming in today.
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck around and set a limit for 68.5
To get short or long?
to get long.
Let's see if we break this guy right here now. That'll tell me we got another push down coming. So we did. So I think we're going to have another push down coming into that 18 minute where they're going to try to get price down here. Give us our third push down. 1, 2, now 3. And maybe another pro bar with another capper. We're not getting below this pro bar, so interested to see what happens.
Yeah, for sure.
Alright, so we're getting close to the time. More or less. This is art. But the next candle in 30 seconds or this candle should give us the push lower. SPX is at 53.30 and we're at 62. So we have a 32 premium over the SPX. Premiums are going down. It was like 40 the last time you and I talked. 40,
Yeah.
45.
What does that mean that they're the volatility?
The premium is, well, they feel that the ES is going to go up higher. So the futures are priced above the cash.
Mm.
The market's bullish. The market would be bearish, then there would be like, shit, that has more chances of going down than up, so the futures are going to be below the cash.
Mm.
So right now, the cash is 30, and we're at 60, so it's about a 32 point premium. Nice little amateur hammer candle there. I'm sure these guys selling the low. Let's see what happens. Squeeze it and then reverse it real quick. How low did this go? I don't know, man. Look at this. From the night low at 10 in the morning, we haven't gone lower. I think the play is to just get long down here and play the mean reversion. Nice profile. Look at that.
Yeah. Well, I still have my limit long set to 68.5.
Here we are, average daily noise down. We're kind of like in the middle of the open, average daily noise up. So we don't have a lot of range. 66 to 85, 66 to 48. Yeah, we're in a mean reversion. Alright, here we are coming into, what time is it? 20. So we just passed our cycle.
Looks like a little flag, doesn't it?
Yeah. Where is your...
I have mine set to 68.5. Because that's I've had mine there for 2 or 3 different attempts and I never got filled. So my reasoning is that yeah, if the market's short, then it shouldn't get there. But you're gonna get scaled before I even enter.
I'm only in with one.
Oh, it's a scalp.
Yeah, it's... I'm gonna hold it though. I gotta get another one in there to get scaled. I'm trying to wait for the push down. Here we go. Close it. Close it and push. Let's buy this last high pre-breakout down here. Did they touch it? No, not quite. 55.50. The low here. 56.50. One handle off.
So if it touches the capper, you're gonna buy more. One lot.
Yeah. One lot. Actually, it's only because of this guy right here. This last high pre-breakout. Right?
Mm-hmm.
The
Yeah.
zero, just think of it as the zero line of the V pin gap.
Mm-hmm.
But if we break above, I'm gonna be hammering into this. The trap is set. Why did we push? Where's your long?
68 half.
68 half. 68 half. Here's our trouble area. There's a mechanical cellar here. Wow.
What? How do you feel about that?
Oh, I mean, he's holding price.
Yeah, if he, because he's stepping in at 68. So if he gets run over, then we have VWAP and VPOC. It should be a pretty quick push.
Yeah, I think they're gonna start pushing now.
But I'm up above by 2 ticks, obviously, because, or 3 ticks, because I don't want it to just one ticket and then fill me. So willing to risk the extra 2 ticks.
There's a fight here, and the seller's just won. Let's see where he goes with this. So think about the 50% of this Frightener candle
Yeah.
and this V-pin candle.
Yeah, that's the micro auction there.
Yeah. So if we get above that, he's toast.
But it really has to be like a close above, right? Because a lot of the times on those vertical bars, I'll enter short. But that's,
It has to be a close above.
yeah.
So we got 34 seconds here to stick around. But he may be on another time frame, so
Yep.
it doesn't really. I'm just looking at this, looking like a pro bar capper here.
Yeah, well, it's holding, and then the flag broke here, and now we're retesting. And this is like this is the moment. that we're gonna find out.
Well, and this is my thinking going into this. Everybody's short. The market makers have slowed down the auction. We're in a killing field here. And if it's gonna break, which side is it gonna hurt the most? Since the last leg is a virgin leg down, I think the most pain will be up.
Yeah, I agree.
May not be right. I mean, I don't know. If I would be right, I'd be up 1,000 today.
Well, we did claw our way back until we started dicking around after the VPOC.
So that 50 is holding on the V-pin gap. But we're not breaking above it yet. So here we go, 5 seconds. Now both channels are pointing down. This is not good for us. I'm gonna go right here. If I get stopped out, I get stopped out. There's no reason for them to come back below the 50% line of the V-pin gap. Alright. We are kind of diddling in the middle.
Yeah, I would say so.
Where are we? God, look at this. This is just long. And it may be a mechanical seller here, and we may get another long candle, and everybody gets trapped, but I gotta play what I see, man. What I see is up.
Yeah. There's a seller there, large order, 300 lots on Bookmap.
He just got overrun.
Yeah, he just got run
Unless he
over.
gets priced below him, which he has done before all morning.
We'll see. So if we get above this 67-ish,
But look, the ice is buying.
yeah.
He's giving up these 5-6 point stops. Here he comes again.
Yeah, it seems like he's still there.
Yeah. The thing is, you don't know until it's too late.
Yeah.
So your position is.
But I mean, look how many times this area's been tested now.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Yep, and we have
Break that.
the guy at the low, the capper. And the market's in balance. And we just tested the outside of the one side. So I just want to see that dude get run over, and then I'll be in.
I don't have any really good level 1 swings. except for the midnight open as a target. Kind of where this pro bar is.
Yeah.
This little action right here.
Yeah, there's nothing too prominent, but the pro bar, that's the one.
Let's see how this is playing out. What are these village idiots doing? Alright, so they got 5,300, 30 point.
Here it
huge
comes.
Open interest. And the calls are at 54 and 50. And we're at 36. With puts at 50. A lot more puts than calls, so it's gonna be slippery going up. Oh.
Pro bar.
Scary. Let me feed the monster. At $40, what a piece of shit. Come on, guys. I don't want to begin with 7 little micros. Oh man. Slow to get. Yeah. Just give me another few minutes. See what? Ooh, another pro bar. Even scarier now.
Yeah, might be time to call it.
Yeah, I'm getting out.
Well, that's ass.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in the food for these guys. Now you know why I'm afraid of those pro bars.
Yeah.
I was slow getting out of that.
All right, well, we're diddling, right? So.
Yeah, this is bullshit. This is really, I'll stop with a loss. Almost break even. Tomorrow will be another day with more clarity. The
Yeah.
afternoon may be better, but I'm mulched.
Yep. I'm gonna go play some pickleball.
Alright, man. I hope some of this helped. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
the auction just wasn't, we weren't reading it. You know, none of the breaks had followed through. We had the break and they trapped us, really, is what they did, and then they reversed it on us.
That was really interesting to watch. Too bad we're, gotta pay to watch it.
Well, shit happens. Usually you get paid. You know, you have the capper here, you
Yep.
have the pro bar break, and then you're expecting. But this seller here, he was not going to get run over.
Yeah.
He allowed it to go right there, and then he came right back and said, "No, I'm stuffing it in your face."
Yeah.
You could probably see it on Bookmap, where he all the big orders here.
I didn't really get much, because I have mine filtered to 200 lots. I didn't get anything on that reversal.
165, 100. They didn't really even blow a lot of stops.
No.
But yeah, I don't know. And the ice has been buying, so maybe they're closing their shorts. They're not opening up new positions long. But all I can tell you is there's a definite seller, and he's not happy until he gets this down to maybe 50, which is going to be SPX 5300, 30 points lower, and that'll mean that these guys 5300 is 20,000 lot will be able to get out or make some money.
Mm-hmm.
So the play right here is between 300 and 50. It's kind of slippery. You can see the calls here at 50, the puts at 300. So we're like right in the middle.
Yeah.
And
I don't think that was even a bad trade, really. I
they
think
were
that.
all good. They just, today wasn't our day.
Yeah.
So where
Cool.
are we? 5,300.
Well, you want to run it back tomorrow?
Yeah. What does that mean?
Like, do stream trade on stream again?
Yeah, sure. I'll hit you up when I get up.
Okay. Sounds good. All right.
Tell you
I learned a lot
if
today.
I Take it to that whole number, but have a nice pickleball game. I'm gonna hit the lunch, and then we'll see you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. See you soon.
All right, you got it. See you, Nick.
Peace.
Take care.